my God, he's so goddamn cool!
Alright. We still operational? Welcome in, everyone. All right. Okay. So, I hope everybody's doing all right tonight, and that everything seems to be going as well as it can be for you. Hopefully, everything seems to be working. At least it appears to be on my end. But let me know if there's anything I need to change or any settings that need tweaked. And we will very happily get that taken care of. That all right. Yes, we have quite a few boxes to do tonight. So, what I think I'm going to do is surprise. We're making this a mainstay. We will call it Figure Fridays. And I have an impressive little backlog, and I went to the store today and picked up more shenanigans and evils for my players. So, let me move our current project out of our way. And we're going to move on to a couple of blind boxes that I picked up. So, this is Dice Cups. So, I don't think they have anything in it.
Oh my God!
So maybe blind because watching stream it. Well, yes. Welcome in, Cozy. But yes, these are Dice Cups. There are 9 different variations of them. So let's see which one we got. I picked up 2 of them today, so we'll see what winds up being our first pull. I am the worst at opening things up. So bear with me on that. Alright, so we have Mini Dice Cup Care Instructions. Cup is made of poly resin and glass with painted decoration. Clean exterior by hand with non-abrasive cloth. Interior can be washed with soap and water, but avoid getting exterior wet. Do not put your mini dice cup in the dishwasher, and avoid putting your cup in direct sunlight. It can cause colors to fade and or yellow over time. Alright. Let's see which one we go. Oh, nice. So our first dice cup is the Gold Dragon. So let me make sure I'm showcasing that off well. So we've got the Gold Dragon as the first one. And it seems... Oh, nice. Call that Yahtzee. Well, I mean, I have one of my own as well that isn't like an official branded dice cup. But no, okay, so we even get a set of gold dice to go with the Gold Dragon dice cup. That's actually really cool. I didn't know that they did that. That is a satisfying little sound. Okay. So we'll set that over here to the side for now. Alright, that's our first one to unbox. The Gold Dragon. Alright, well, that's pretty on brand for basically what I've been painting for the past little bit is dragon. So nice to see that I get another one. Alright, let's see what our next one's going to be. Do they not accept? Well, the moment that I can get you up here, I'm going to take you to my game store and let you out and just absolutely go wild there. You missed the first one. Our first one that we got was I picked up the Dice Club, or the Dice Cup, and it actually came with Gold Dragon dice. But you haven't missed the one that you went and picked up for me today. And welcome in there, Josh. So no, we're actually just now getting to the dice cups. Ooh. Oh wow. Okay, for those who know, and for those who don't, Vecna is one of the most evil villains in all of D&D, and we just got his dice cup. So hell yeah. Alright, so that's Vecna himself. He is essentially a god of lichdom. Has his full bust there and his name embroidered on the back of the cup. And let's see what his dice look like. So an almost shadowy, clear kind of dice. I like that all of them are miniature. These were 20 per cup. Though they'll definitely give you a discount when you get more of them. I love that sound. Okay, hell yeah. So Vecna and a gold dragon. It's a pretty good start so far. I have a plan. There you go, Hedgie. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got those were the dice cups you and I were looking at the last time we went, and we decided not to grab them. That's what they were. Alright, so this one is a little different. This is a painted set. There are 4 different miniatures in this. And this one is specifically Expeditions of the Underdark. So Josh, ignore whatever I pull out of this box, as eventually you will probably have to deal with it. Sorry, but not sorry. Alright, let's see what we got in here. Okay, they packaged this one a little differently. Okay, so we have a Myconid Sprout. So we've got a little mushroom dude, which is great because I actually already have a couple of Myconids. Let's see here. What else did we get? An adult Oblex, so a evil green slime. That will be fun. I actually like how that looks in the light. I like that color. Let's see here. So that's 2. It helps if I don't throw everything on the floor. Okay, let's see. Third one is the giant rat. Mushroom. Okay, so mushroom, giant rat, slime. And what is our big one here? Oh, wow. A giant bat. So, okay, hell yeah. That's not a bad little haul on its own right there. Some nice small minor encounters, or just some natural flora and fauna to throw at people when they're in the Underdark. So I'll set these over here to the side as well. Oh, nope, don't do that. Let's not throw that on the floor. Alright, so Josh, I know this is what you're here for. So these are blind bags. These are got dice in them, they've got ability coins, and a dice bag in them. This one is specifically the Ravenloft set, or one of the Ravenloft blind boxes, or bags. So let's see what we wound up getting. Okay. A nice little vampire themed dice bag. Ooh. I like how these dice look. So a kind of smoky midnight. Got you with the Raven. So a nice smoky midnight dice set. Actually like how that little dice bag works. And then the coin we got is keeping in theme with the fact that I've been painting dragons for a while, is the Draconic Flight ability coin. There's the front of it, and of course there's the D&D logo on the back. And these things actually have a good bit of weight to them. So yeah. Of course you can have things like this a set. We just need to either find you a game store, or I think it's pewter. It feels like pewter. The dice bag to her. I will only trade her the dice bag if she will trade me her ball coin. And we'll call it even on that. Sound fair? Yeah, it feels like it's pewter. Smells like pewter, so yeah. But if that is the case, Josh, those are my terms, and she may have the Ravenloft bag. I believe that would be a fair enough trade. All right. Now, moving on to the two Baldur's Gate treasure packs. So these just have a random D20 in it, an ability coin, and a dice bag. So these don't have a full thing. That is perfectly fine. I will be looking forward to receiving your message by then. Alright, let's see. What did we get in this one? So the nice Baldur's Gate logo. Another blue dice bag. Okay. And let's see, what coin did we get? All right, Josh, I might have to trade her something else again, because we got Halsin from Baldur's Gate, and this one feels very similar, but I assume this one is brass, or at least a brass version of a pewter coin. It's got some really nice weight to it, and okay, a nice almost blood infused dice, kind of smoky on the inside with hints of what look like red and black. I actually really like how that feels. And alright, we got the Halsin coin. We'll set that over here as well. So the final one that we're going to open tonight, and then I'll showcase the absolute horrors that I picked up as well to torment my players, and then we'll continue painting. And then once we finish up the Wyvern, which it is almost done, we will pick our new one. to paint. Oh, okay. So a black bag with another form of the Baldur's Gate logo on it. I do enjoy that. Josh, what are you going to trade me? I have your girl, Shadowheart. So we can discuss the trade and the terms that lie therein. Ooh. Hers is almost or at least this one is an almost quartz-like D&D dice. You will trade me Gale for the Shadowheart? Consider that done. I will take the Pompous Wizard Man and give you the Shadowheart. Do you want the Shadowheart bag as well? Roll it for us? Alright, let's see what we get. That is a natural 19 on its first ever roll. I'll take that deal. Alright, then we shall discuss which dice bag to trade off for it. But we can do that. We'll do that tomorrow when you decide to make your way over here. Okay, but now I'll put them all in the bag of dice later. It needs more calibration. No, I enjoy the close to natural 20s. So, as we left off our last go round, we were working on the Wyvern, and I was saying that the blue wasn't showing up very well. I was very wrong, because this is what it looks like as soon as it dries. So the blue that we started with for the body is actually very, very vibrant. And I absolutely love that. So tonight I'm going to finish this, and then we're going to work on some of the others that I got. So for those who were not here last time, once we finish the Wyvern, we will move on to some of our other figures, which all of you will get the choice to vote on and help me figure out the colors to paint. So we have the Null Warband that I already have primed and ready to go, which include a Berserker, a Warrior, and a Flend. So that will be something we can start on afterwards. There is also, from the last go-round, we have the 2 Ettercaps that I picked up for the Underdark Expedition. We have the Cloaker, which I think is going to be a lot of fun to paint regardless when we get to it, or if I decide to do it on my own. And the Draconian Dreadnought. That was one of the other figures from last go-round. But from what I picked up today, because I'm evil and can't stay away from things, is we have a giant spider, and its egg sac cluster that we can paint up at some point. We also have a Drow Mage and a Yakul, which is another evil slime. I also picked up 2 Drow Fighters, or Drow Warriors, one with a crossbow and one with a longsword, that we'll get to paint up as well. And Josh, I don't know if you noticed it while you were at the game store today, but somebody grabbed one of the things you and I were looking at the last time. And that somebody was me. I picked up the rock, because it actually went on sale today. So, It is going to be a massively fun project to paint once we get to that point, though he doesn't really seem to like to stay on his base. So, no doubt a little bit of super glue will be involved for that. But yeah, so that is your upgrade to a crow there, is rock. And so that will be a fun thing to paint, and I look forward to figuring out what colors we're going to paint this crazy little thing on. But alright, with that, hydration check for everybody involved. And let's see. What's that? Don't listen. We also, one last figure that I picked up was, I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Piercer enemy, which is a type of grub that lives in the Underdark. I did pick that up, and it came with a little bit of cave terrain as well, so that will be something I get to add and torment my people with more. So, we have quite a bit of fun to sit back and torment my players with. Oh, I know what you're wanting to say that looks like. I understand. But you, Josh, do you remember when my father-in-law ran that little adventure for us, and we encountered what he called rot grubs? Think of them in the same vein. They're terrifying and horrible. But to point out what we did last time was we did finish painting the little troglodyte, little classic, little guy, little dude. And we almost finished the wyvern, which is what we're going to continue working on now. Because really, I just have to finish off his main body coat and the fingers, and a couple of little details on his mouth, and then he should be good to go. So, let's just sit back, relax, and enjoy the music, and enjoy each other's company while we get this worked on. I really like how the green and the red have contrasted each other. Because the green for the inner side of the wings contrasted with the reddy brown. And then the very, very bright blue is quite surprising to me. I was expecting that to be much, much darker. But I'm also not going to argue with that because I think it turned out pretty good once it dried. So let's see if we can't finish this bad boy up and see what we can move on to next tonight. But I do hope that everybody is doing alright tonight. Hopefully the work week has settled down and calmed down pretty well for all of you. And hit that nice little stride of the weekend coming in. And that it'll be a nice and relaxing weekend for everybody. And Ramazine, I hope that your weekend and your work week is wrapped up pretty well, because I know you were here earlier. And I hope that everything has been going all right for you. As it's been way too long since we've had the chance to hang out, man. We need to make some time. Have I sent the Hedgie spiraling at the site of the upgrade to the crow, or is he all right? But here fairly soon, I should be able to kind of upgrade this little setup so it's not so that you guys can see exactly what I'm doing a little bit better instead of just after the fact. Just got a little bit more things to work out, and then once that happens, we should be looking a little bit more professional in this little status. But we'll see. All good things come to those who wait and are patient enough to make it work. And that's how we're going to try and get to things, is just keep working on it and being patient. But I figure I've got enough things that I have to paint to more than make up for my pile of shame. So I figured that, hey, why not go ahead and, at least until I start running out, go ahead and make this a staple on at least one night of the week. And that will give me the ability to, kind of come back through and clear a bunch of that out. Be motivated enough to have all of my figures primed and painted. So I do hope that you guys enjoy the more relaxed and less ragey version of me when I'm not getting destroyed in a game here and there. And also I feel like this just makes it easier to just kind of hold and carry conversations with everybody, since it's not hard to keep up with anything while I'm doing this. I've just got to remember that a lot of this is going to look very odd, especially to my eye, simply due to the fact that it apparently only really pops as a color after it dries. Because when it goes on, it doesn't really look like it's there, or doesn't have as deep of a, or bright of a color. It almost looks like I've missed the area that I'm painting. But yet once it dries, it becomes quite vibrant. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing how that turns out once fully dried, which again, we'll definitely see that by the end of stream today. Okay. I am hoping that everybody's weekend will go well. Anybody got any fun plans for it? Are people winding up working a lot this weekend? I really hope not. I know, Pine, you were saying in the server that it looks like yards are starting to get mowed, and I know that's unfortunately going to be at least one day of my weekend, is knocking that out. Because unfortunately, with all the wind, rain, and snow that has apparently been happening, my yard is unfortunately returning to life, and now that's going to be a bit of an annoying chore as the summer starts to encroach. And also to any who celebrate it, happy Ostara today. I know today started the equinox and it goes through to the weekend. So I do hope that you have a blessed Ostara and that everything remains as rejuvenating as it should be. As that is ultimately the theme of Wondrous Ostara. Is new beginnings, rejuvenation, and the like. I do love and dislike how this paint color is working. As I know its final look is going to look amazing, but getting it on here is actually looking to be a little bit of a pain. And like a genius, I just grabbed all of that I just put there. Okay, let's fix that little mistake. Now, one second. Let me just check something real quick. Okay. No. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Try my best not to fling the figure around too terribly much tonight. There we go. All right. Okay, that's one set of wing down. We'll move right along to the next one. So he is definitely going to be interesting, since we really have to just kind of wait for him to fully dry before we can really see how he's going to turn out. And then we'll glue him to his base once he's fully dry. That way we can see the final look of how he's going to turn out with this blue. And if there's going to be any, spots or whatnot that I need to do a little bit of touch up or TLC on. Okay. Making some pretty quick progress here. I thought things out a little bit better. I would have grabbed my mini clamp to hold these things down a little bit better. Oh well. Sometimes it's better to have a little bit more hands on with them. Okay. Just a little bit more for the wings, which definitely are a little bit more of the difficult part here, just due to angles. And again, once I'm able to kind of maneuver my setup a little bit better, I will ensure that we have a lot better angle on the painting process. Returned from dinner. Oh, you returned from dinner, do you, Aset? Well, then allow me to give you what you missed. I mentioned that I mentioned to you that there was a upgrade to your crow, since you asked me if I had gotten a crow creature. I think I got something a little bit better. This is a rock. Helps if he would stay on his stand. Really? Come on now. But yes, I figured this would be an acceptable quote-unquote upgrade from a crow. I just don't like that that this stand doesn't seem to be fitted very well to him, so I'll have to super glue that once we get done painting him. Oh yeah, I love the dynamic pose that it's in. It looks absolutely fantastic. Alright. And we are actually almost done with with our wyvern here, though I'm gonna wait until the paint fully dries before I go and glue him to his base, because this blue goes on dark and a little hard to see, but as you can clearly see that once the blue dries, it almost turns into a completely different color of blue. So we're gonna we are going to take advantage of that, and we'll probably fully finish this figure at the end of stream. Because once I get done painting him, I'll set him to the side until he is fully dried, and then we'll move on to our next figure while that happens. What did you wind up having for dinner there, Azette? You always wind up having incredibly good food. A croissant with cheese, okay. I mean, hey, I ain't gonna knock it. As long as it was good for you, that's all that matters. Alright, so... Oh yeah, that blue's already popping on this wing. That is insane to me how it goes on so darkly, but then once it dries, it just becomes so vibrantly blue. I do and don't like that. I love it because it makes the color pop insanely well. I don't like it because my eyes have a hard time processing what I'm looking at and what's actually been painted and what's not. Okay. The inside of his mouth here. Okay, so we'll need to let that part dry for a moment or two. Welcome in there, Landon. I hope you're doing all right tonight. Well, since I don't want you to be left out of the shenanigans that we wound up opening up, well, I mean, they probably had a really good dinner. You got to relieve yourself after a good dinner, right? So let's showcase what we opened up a little earlier. To ask why the fart. So, Tonight we did a little bit of blind bag and blind box openings. So the first one that we got was a blind opening of a Gold Dragon dice cup. And I think it looks absolutely wonderful. And if not, it is going to make a wonderful little D&D themed shot glass. But it also came with its own gold dragon dice to go with it. And that was our first little opening. And we're quoting Shrek already. There you go. Then second one that we wound up getting was the Vecna dice cup, which for those who know, Vecna is one of the most evil beings in all of D&D, and he came with his set of kind of a smoky let me move back in a frame. Smoky evil D20 as well, but he came with his own miniature dice set as well, so I love that. The two Baldur's Gate bags that we got, which my brother has already stated that he is going to have to trade me for some of them. We got the Baldur's Gate blue logo dice bag, a beautiful smoky red, smoke and red D20 that came with it. And for those who have played Baldur's Gate, we got the Halsin coin. He's one of the characters that you can add into your party. So there was that one. And then the one my brother definitely wants from me the most is we got the Shadowheart bag, complete with the Shadowheart coin, which is his love interest in the game. And she came with this beautiful quartz looking D20, which I absolutely love that, so we'll see how that winds up going when he offers to trade. And then the last blind bag that we got was a Ravenloft set, but it came with a full set of dice, a beautiful vampiric Bats in the Moon dice bag, which is incredibly soft, and I love that. It came with the Draconic Flight coin, which I love that as an ability coin with the D&D logo on the back. And then it came with a Midnight set of Strahd dice. Let me see if I can get that into frame a little bit better. Nope, not looking like that's going to work, so we'll do it this way. But it... Come on, get into frame. There we go. But it came with a beautiful Midnight ink set of... a full set of dice for it. So I am absolutely in love with that. And then after that, we wound up getting a blind box that had 4 pre-painted minis in it. And they are as follows. We got ourselves a giant rat. So that will be really fun to throw at my players. We also got a Myconid Sprout, which is a little mushroom people. So that will be a lot of fun to throw at people because I also have other mic heads on my shelf. We got what was this? Adult Oblix, which is a type of slime, which is going to be absolutely a pain in the ass for those poor level 3 players. And we also got the giant bat from the blind box. So, quite a nice little haul from the little blind expedition. But I also picked up a few other minis today to continue my absolute hatred of my players, or at least I assume they will be thinking of me. We got 2 Drow fighters for the Underdark, which will look fantastic once they are painted up. We got a Yokel, which is another demonic slime, and a Drow mage, who does not want to stand on his own. There we go. We also got a giant spider with its egg cluster, which that is what the cluster looks like. That'll be really fun to paint up in its entirety. And then, of course, the giant spider itself, which will be so fun to throw at these small level 3 characters once I can start running that campaign again. Helps if I don't lock half the figure with my finger. And then we got a bit of a cave system with a piercer, which is a small rot grub-like enemy that likes to dig and burrow into people's armor. So that will be also another little bit of fun and evil that I can throw at my party once we get that far. I'm telling you, Seth, if I can get you up here, I will very happily take you to that game store and just turn you loose, introduce you, and see what you wind up coming out of there. As I think you would have an absolute blast hanging out up there. Yeah, I might need to add a little bit of a second coat on parts of his head. Everything else seems to be done. Make bank, lose that bank. I mean, you know, you're not ever going to be able to take it with all of this with you when we all go, so you might as well have some fun with it while you're here, right? Now, by all means, yeah, very much so fine. But by all means, don't, put yourself, out of house and home. Make sure your bills are paid and whatnot. But once they are, by all means, go and spend a little bit on yourself. Get the thing that helps maintain your sanity and your happiness. Because at the end of the line, we're all going to sit back, and what's going to be important to us is the memories that we created with the people around us. We're going to remember Like, the goal is to make sure that you remember the good times more so than the bad. And so to me, that's at least my mindset is do the thing that will bring joy. Because, I don't know, being buried in a tomb of riches to end up in a museum 400 years. Now, see, exactly. That could be a lot of fun, but what are you going to sacrifice in getting all of those riches? Time, friends, family, loved ones? Like, don't get me wrong, don't forget to, make a living, but at the same time, don't forget to live while you're doing it. Because, I mean, hell, if I were to bury myself with all of my figures, I'm going to confuse an archaeologist in several hundred years. This man seems to have been buried with monsters all around him for some reason. What could it mean? I mean, you can still create confusion within the archaeology community. By all means, do that. It would be fun. But still don't forget to enjoy what you have with who you can share it with. Because at the end of the day, we're going to hopefully, when eventually I'm senile and in a retirement home, if I'm lucky, I'm going to probably revert back to, a good bit of childhood and hopefully good memories. And you guys help spur on all of the good memories because I don't have unpleasant memories with you guys. So my goal is just to live as best as we can within the means that we can live. But at the same time, when I have a little bit of extra coin, I'm going to invest in myself and my two gremlins and the Friendos communities because that helps you guys make ends meet. It helps me feel happy about being able to contribute in some way. And also, I still get to have fun at the end of the day with things I wish to do. And that's what makes it great. Insert happiness, as I say. Yep, invest in happiness, exactly. That is by far probably the best mentality that you can have nowadays. Make sure that, your bills are taken care of, that you're not going to go hungry, that you've got a roof over your head, and you have the necessities. Ensure that you're safe in doing what you do. But take what you have and invest that into your happiness. Now, if your happiness is to acquire more, by all means, gamble that away on the stock market. Do whatever it is you need to do. This is not financial advice, by the way. But just, do you need to do to ensure that you are able to maneuver yourself through life and give yourself the ability to just have fun. Because again, we're going to want to remember the fun times more than we're going to want to remember the bad. And that is going to be what makes or breaks, how things go in the end. And personally, I would very much rather I end be surrounded by as much good as I can. Now, by all means, do everything in your power to confuse archaeologists if you're getting buried. By all means, I wholeheartedly support that. have plans, make those arrangements, do whatever you need to do to ensure that you get to enjoy knowing that eventually shenanigans will be had. By all means, I 100% endorse and support. Like that post I saw going around a day or so ago. Sprinkle in a bit of chaos in your life, carve almonds into hyper realistic teeth, and then walk around eating them out of a plastic bag. Just for fun. And I was like, wow, that's a new one. But honestly, I approve, because if nothing else, that is a hilariously weird conversation starter, and I enjoy the hilariously weird. I approve of this chaotic message. Of course, a little madness is a treat. Well, I mean, that's usually the best. There's no reason to take things super seriously, because it's not like anybody has ever said or has ever proven that they had the right answer. So a little wild shenaniganry and madness just sprinkled into your day to day can be a great little bit of fun. Be the weird that you wish to see in the world. Don't do things maliciously. Do no harm, but take no shit. Protect what you would consider your peace, and protect those around you. But also do so in a way that will forever make anyone and everyone around you question you. Not in a bad way, but just question you in a fun way. Because in the end, we're all just different fun flavors of madness. And all we as humans do is try to find the madness that matches up well with our own. And that's how we make friends. Is we find people of similar interests, similar madness to ourselves, and we sit here and we try to spin things around and create those long-lasting relationships, and sometimes it does take a little bit of madness to get there. But honestly, a lot of times, those are the relationships and the connections that outlast almost everything else. Because again, that madness that you carry in you is unique to you. However, you can find those who share a spark of that same madness, and you can create something interesting together. And honestly, that's probably the best way to make friends nowadays. Is just be unapologetically you. And those who matter won't mind who you are or what you are. Just be unapologetically you. I find that is the best mentality in terms of that I could ever offer. Exactly. That's a really good way to look at it as well. Be you because everybody else is taken. But also there will never be another you. You are you as an individual. You are unique in that sense. Now, don't take this the wrong way, but the old saying, one in a million, that means there's about 250,000 of you in the US alone. My math may be a little off, but that means that there would be a whole lot of you, people like you in the US. Great. Find them. Talk with them. Learn about them. Learn more about you from them. And then take over a small Midwestern town and run shit. Who's going to stop an army of you? But no, the you that who you are in those unapologetic moments of just you being yourself. That is the realest form of you. And that is definitely the version of you that you should always be. Now, there are things that can slow that down or dampen that. Confidence. Some people are more confident in private than they are out in public, and there's nothing wrong with that. But remember, life is always a learning experience. The only time that we stop learning is when we're done. So if you can continue to learn and continue to grow, you're gonna make progress. And as a certain celestial has pointed out, progress isn't always linear. A lot of times it's forward and back. Sometimes it's even side to side. It's not always up and down. And, life's a journey. You're gonna stumble, you're gonna make a wrong turn. Because nobody has a map for how life is supposed to be. Nobody has all the answers. Nobody has, here is the secret to life and how to do everything. And those who do say that they have that are trying to sell you something, and it's usually not a good thing to listen to. But just invest in your happiness and be unapologetically yourself. And you will find yourself being a whole lot happier despite anything and everything else that could and or is going on around you. Now, it's not a catch-all. There's still going to be problems. There's still going to be, the world is still going to be the world. And no matter where you go, people are going to be people. Both good and bad. But that's why we go out of our way to find the good. And work with them. And make the connections with those that matter. Because in the end, I think probably the best analogy that I think I've run across or have been given was life is almost like a painting. There are many, many strokes that can be done against the canvas. But if you only look at the canvas as a finished product from the very beginning, then you yourself are never going to reach your full potential within that painting. Because you're already locked into something that isn't quite the final product, but you're treating it like it is. And if you do that, there's a very high chance that any mistake, you're going to judge yourself far harsher than you should. you're not going to grow because you're going to feel like you're trapped inside of a blank frame. And if you do that, then you never grow past the bounds of your frame. If you don't treat if you don't treat life as if though you're painting in an already established frame, you're going to create something incredible. And that is where we all need to find ourselves, is more along the lines of, I don't need to look at this as if though that's actually not working very well for me. Let's see if I can get this to work. It falls more along the lines of if I look past the frame and just freely paint and be unapologetic in those brushstrokes, at the end, what I'm going to create is something unique, and it is going to be me. Sometimes clouds have two sides, a dark and a light, and the silver lining in between. It's like a silver sandwich. So when life seems to be hard, take a bite out of that silver sandwich. That's actually not a bad analogy there. That is not a bad analogy at all. I actually really, really like that. Yeah, just don't look at things as if though you have to have an answer to. Because a lot of times you're not going to. And if we sit here and we look at, it was also Avatar the Last. There you go. But I mean, if we're gonna sit back and focus on where do you see yourself, like the question that always gets asked in like job interviews, where or what do you see yourself doing in 5 years? I've not always had a great answer to that. But here in the last couple of years, I think I've found the answer that I would happily give when that question is asked again. And where I see myself going is happy. I see myself surrounded by friends and people I care about doing the things we all love. And being able to make it. Because that's of course the goal, is I want everyone to make it. So to me, that is where I see it. I see things going as we'll work together and we'll make it. Which is why I don't mind, when I have the ability to spare it, I don't mind sending, a commission to fellow artists, or, hey, here's a little bit that I can spare. Let's help you make that end of month boost. Let's get you to where you need to be so that we can all make it. Because in the end, that's where we can come together as a community and help each other all the way through. And I know we've got some absolutely fantastic beings in this community who go above and beyond every chance they get. But I also know that, hey, even just being here, just leaving a comment and spending time with me and talking with any of us in a stream, that in and of itself means just as much. And in a lot of times, that means a lot more than, a donation sometimes, because that at least for me, it tells me, that you guys enjoy being here with me, enjoying my brand of chaos, and having a blast with me, because that to me is just as important. Five, four, three, two. There we are. The wyvern is done. That blue has turned out really well. And now he is officially attached to his base as well. I'm not sure. I'm sure my players will call him the Winged Bastard at one point or another, because he's probably going to cause a near-death experience for a few of them. But I actually love how this turned out. I don't know. What do you guys think his name should be? Because every good little creation deserves a name. I wish I had come up with that. The Winged Bastard. Or the reference from Avatar, Trogdor. There you go. We will call him Trogdor. Oh wow! Thanks, Cozy. That was that is an obscurely old piece of meme culture there, Miss Trogdor. Whatever happened to good old memes, man? Man, I'm go. Is that video even still up of Trogdor, or did they eventually wind up taking that down? I don't know. I'll probably have to go hunting for that after stream. Thanks, Cozy. That is fantastic. I love that. All right, so now that we have finished the wyvern, there should at least be one decent little upload of Trogdor. I really hope so, because I'm gonna need to go find that thing. All right, so what is it that we want to paint next? Since we now have the troglodyte and our new wyvern Trogdor fully taken care of, we have a few more options. So to run them again, we've got the giant spider and its egg clutch that I can paint. We have the wow, I'm drawing a blank on their name all of a sudden. Crap. Hang on, I've got their sheet right here. Let's see. I thought I had it right here. Do I not? Ettercaps, that's right. There we go. Okay. There we go. So we've got the Ettercaps, the giant spider, the piercer and its stalagmite or cave formation that it's a part of. The cloaker, some Drow Fighters, a Drow Mage and a Yokel, the Draconian Dreadnought, the Null Warband, or the Rock. What is it that we want to sit back and paint and work on now? As I'll leave that decision up to you guys, because at this point, I'm just absolutely enjoying run through. And we flew through what was left of that wyvern pretty quickly. I mean, I myself love the Draconian stuff, so obviously by the several dragons that I've already done. Thank you for the hydrate there, Pod.
My fucking back.
A good stretch, but okay, so I like the idea of throwing down on the Draconian. Also, I just really enjoy doing weapons, and I like that not only does he have armor, he has quite a bit of details to him. Okay, so this is going to be a fun little build. Alright, so we are going to need gold, silver, white, black. I'm going to need to refill that. Let's do the dark green. And the standard color. So, 1 second, let me just grab my black refill here, because I'm going through it since I use it mostly as a primer to prime and fully get the mini set up. So let's see here. There we are. Come on. I know you're in there. There it goes. Alright, there we go. That should be good enough to start with this. So, alright, let's start on the next fun project, the Draconian Dreadnought, which I think is going to be a lot of fun to go through and paint. So, we'll start from the top and work our way down, at least to get him primed up and ready. And then we'll go back through and start throwing all the color on it. I do hope that your allergies treat you a little better there, Pine. I know that's definitely one of the worst parts about spring coming back into full swing is that everything starts to bloom, everything starts to grow, and everything seems to just be more and more sinus agitating than it used to be. So hopefully it'll wind up being mild for you. I can at least hope, because I know my allergies kill me every year as well, and I'm already living on it. Yeah, I'm already, because down here, or where I'm at, it's been we've been bouncing around between 70 and 80 something degrees since like January. Minus our weird little cold snap that we had on Monday, where it was snowing after it was 85 degrees on Sunday. And then we got snow and rain on Monday. I don't understand how that worked. it was rough. I was not happy with that. But yeah, I've already had to start taking my daily regimental pills just to get through the Bradford's sprouting up and making everything smell like fish in the sun. And I know for a fact I'm going to have some yard work that I need done this weekend, so I'm not necessarily looking forward to that, because I know that's going to, whatever day I decide to do that, it's going to put me down for the rest of that day. As it usually does. Oh yeah, where I'm at in the weird little fish bowl. No, between noon and 5 o'clock, that is the literal worst times to attempt to mow down where I'm at. Because that is the window, it being the hottest point in the day, where the sun is at its zenith, and you are just going to hate everything about every decision you made. So yeah, usually I will either wait until late evening when I still have daylight to work on it, or I will get up early after the dew has made its way out of the grass. That way I'm not clogging up the mower with wet grass. Because that makes it twice as difficult as it already is. Because the front yard here where I'm at is really easy to deal with. The backyard, thankfully, is very flat. The only problem is it is very big, or it is a large backyard, so it is just very time consuming to run it with push mower. But we'll get it done. We'll get it done, we'll rest for a minute, and then take us a nice, refreshing shower, and then I'll probably just curl up and crash in my chair for the rest of the day once I get done with it. Alright, slowly getting through the back of the wings. I don't know, I love painting these larger figures. I think I just love the insane amount of details that they put through on them. And I especially love just being able to take it from a blank, gray, and turn it into something so much more. Something that, you would love to see on your side in a fight, or terrified to see coming barreling at you at any speed whatsoever. Go. Making some good quick progress so far. Alright. Here's at least the back of the wing is done. Now I'm moving on to the front. As I cover myself in paint, trying to maneuver this figure around so that I can get a better angle. But as I said, if you're looking to pick up some of this stuff, the best bit of advice I could give you is, instead of, if you can, I know you mentioned that Amazon didn't have any of the things I opened up as blind boxes. Look at any of your, if you have any of them, look at local comic book and game stores. They may have something that you could grab and start working with or opening up and seeing what you get. Really? Then don't necessarily like this one, but you can order it directly from them. I believe the website is called WizKids.com. You can order, minis, figures, and all sorts of things. I don't know if they would deliver to you since the post office seems to be an issue for you, but I mean, if nothing else, you can check. I would hope that, they would be able to get something to you. I know I really just enjoy going to my local game stores. I like to support the small business, but in your case, if you're not able to, you can see if they're able to ship directly to you. They've got it's WizKids.com, I believe. Hashtag not sponsored. Unless Hasbro, Wizards of the Coast, if you're listening, unless you want to have a conversation about that, I might be willing to take you up on that offer. But since you're most likely not sponsored, but that's actually where I got this guy. He came from their direct store. Fun fact. It's always a fun fact. So yeah, if that'd be something to look into. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. I can always hope that they could. But they're the ones who, make the majority of this stuff that I'm over here painting and have opened up tonight. Another one that you could look up is Icon of the Realms. Really? That is interesting. I wonder what has prompted their departure from Rhode Island. Oh, really? That is very interesting. And now that I know that, I might be able to schedule a trip up there to have a long talk with the individual who's in charge of Wizards of the Coast. There's a comment he made that I was very much not a fan of, which was the D&D market was under-monetized. I'm sorry, how are you under-monetized, and why is your goal for Dungeons and Dragons to hit $1 billion? You do realize who your people that have kept your company in business for 50 plus years are, right? Oh, that actually would be nice to get the pictures with the Mr. Potato Head. I 100% agree. If they do, get your pictures before I have that conversation with the Xbox, the former Xbox executive who's running Hasbro and its marketing currently. Because I'm sorry, you're trying to essentially turn a hobby that everybody has loved and supported and created stuff for the past, 50 years, and you're pretty much trying to battle pass everything else from here on. Oh yeah, it's the former Microsoft executive who his track record was in the over monetization of games and microtransactions. Oh, well, that's their thing, though, Pine, is they are seeing the books and the physical media as a problem now. Because, if I go and I buy a book, that is a one-time purchase. I am not consistently going out and buying more of that same book. So they are seeing that as a underutilized profit margin and a detriment to their new business model. Forget the fact that, I go and spend money on miniatures for my, correct, but I mean, that's the thing that bothers me, because when Hasbro took over and bought Wizards of the Coast, they failed with 4th edition. Because they were trying to kind of do a bigger monetization push with 4th edition, but of course nobody liked 4th edition, so they went back and had to do 3.5 to kind of make up for it and in a way apologize for how badly they did it. But I don't understand how, in your mind, you just had a very successful movie. You have one of the most recognizable IP behind you. You have the most like when somebody says, "Hey, I play tabletop games," the first words out of their mouth is, "Oh, you play D&D." Like, even if I don't play D&D, when somebody's like, "Oh, I play tabletop games," you describe it as, "Oh, it's kind of like if you've played D&D before, it's like D&D." Like, you are synonymous with the entire genre of, tabletop. Why would you look back and say that you were under-monetized? Because again, you just had a massively successful movie. I loved the D&D movie. I thought it was a lot of fun. And it is exactly what I was expecting of a D&D movie, where it's a party of people just, bumblefucking their way through their adventure in the funniest ways possible, because that's exactly how an actual session of D&D is played. You can almost literally tell when somebody in the movie where their character made a bad roll, and they're playing it off in the funniest way possible. But you've got so many great writers for the Forgotten Realms, you could keep that going. You could very easily pump another movie out if you wanted to. And it could be original in the sense that you have arguably one of the most detailed fantasy worlds ever put to pen and paper out there. If you're under monetized, that's how you capitalize on it. You bring in more writers, you bring in more stories, and you come up with actual good content for your D&D players, because I'm not going to lie, I got into 5th edition because several of my friends started getting into 5th edition. But in my opinion, after Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, I don't really feel like they've come out with that great of an adventure book, or any of the newer subclasses are all that incredible to write home about. But also, and it seems like the rest of the D&D community has also kind of said that themselves, is like, the adventures and the books, like the physical books are getting, smaller. No, 100%. And that, not only that, like, you got TV shows and whatnot, like Stranger Things, bringing you back into the limelight. Like, COVID was the perfect thing that ever could have happened to D&D. People were stuck inside, they couldn't socialize with their friends, so they all hopped onto a Discord call, a Zoom call, or whatnot, and they started playing D&D together. Like, that was the fantastic thing. But you know what? The pandemic is over, so to speak. So you don't need to keep pushing to make bank more than what you already did. You came out with a great edition in 5th edition. It is incredibly user-friendly. It is very easy to pick up and play, which is fantastic, especially for the new people who come into it. For the old hats, it has a lot of really good mechanics that can give you the depth and intricacy that the old hats are used to playing with. Like, this is arguably one of the best editions of D&D. Now, I'm biased. I came from 3.5 and 2nd edition. And those were terrifying editions of D&D because, things could literally just kill you in an instant, and it was, alright, you gotta roll up a new character now. Whereas, 5th edition, I have so much fun just throwing chaos at my players, knowing that they have a way to get out of it. And I know they love and hate me for it, but, it's just the simple fact that, I can sit down with a group of people, a group of my friends, and we can tell a story for 4 to 5 hours, maybe 6, if we're all just making a day of it. And we can play D&D for hours on end and have a blast. And then I can go and look up and see so many other, third-party creators and, other, systems, other things like that to boost how I would run my own game. Because originally I was planning on running Pathfinder for my groups that I run my game with. It's a little bit more of a complicated system, but I like the customization to Pathfinder more. And after the OGL fiasco that Hasbro pulled a few years ago, so Pathfinder is a fantastically fun system. It is more complex in some ways, but it is also simplified in other ways. So you've got a lot more skills in Pathfinder, at least 1st edition. I haven't played 2nd edition yet. but you had a lot more. Your character sheet was a little bit more in depth than, say, your D&D character sheet was. And you also had a lot more races that were a lot more customizable, as opposed to, D&D, you're a little bit more set in stone with whatever your race is. Like, hey, if you're going to play a dwarf, you're going to want to play this dwarf because they get the best benefits and things like that. Pathfinder didn't really have that problem. It was like, yeah, if you want, these are the options. Like, every race had a bit more option to it. Like, you can take this or you could take this. You could do this or you could do that. Like, this is something that you could do, and this is also something that you're able to do. So, in a lot of ways, it made it quite, to me, I really got hooked on Pathfinder because it was just, to me, a more customizable version of D&D. And I loved that. And it was also, based very heavily off of the 3.5 edition rules, which is what I was most familiar with at the time. So jumping from D&D to Pathfinder from 3rd edition was absolutely painless for me, because I literally just had to read a little bit of the handbook and then I was ready to go. Because everything basically carried over because it was using basically the same rule structure. I would say, playing Pathfinder 2nd edition is on my to-do list. It's just I'm not going to purchase a whole nother system just yet, because I don't know if I will like Pathfinder 2nd edition. So I'm just kind of waiting for one of my friends to say, hey, either they're going to do it because they already have it, or they're going to, like, hey, we've been invited to play, this Pathfinder 2nd edition. Why don't you come with me and check it out? But if it's anything as good as what Pathfinder 1st edition was, I already know I would be all over it. But after the whole OGL fiasco that Hasbro pulled a few years ago, I'm very wary of what they're gonna attempt to pull next. And already how I'm seeing them leaning very, very heavily into their whole D&D Beyond thing, I don't really like what I'm seeing. Because they're essentially just trying to find a way to turn what was supposed to just be a digital compendium of, all the books and whatnot that you purchase, because, you're supposed to have a QR code inside of the book that you physically purchased for you to scan to add into your D&D Beyond library. Well, they kind of have done away with that very quietly, and now they're essentially trying to set D&D Beyond up as a subscription-based thing, and they're trying to tout it as it's going to be, the next big virtual tabletop, like Roll20 or VTT or all the others that are currently out right now. And I don't know, that worries me a bit too much. Because the entirety of the OGL fiasco burnt almost every bit of my good faith. from Hasbro. Because you can't take the entirety of the idea that, hey, these rules are forever going to be used in public domain so that people can, use them freely and set up and make more games to, continue bringing the community closer together, and then you get mad and say, well, we don't want that. We want the money that you're making from using our rules, as opposed to the community who consistently, every time you drop a book, whether it be a Forgotten Realms lore book from R.A. Salvatore or any other Forgotten Realms artist you have out there, to, hey, we're dropping a new supplement book. This one's going to be based off of, Icewind Dale or things like that. People always go and buy it. Like, you have a dedicated fan base, and the only thing that's going to happen is, the more people who get into it, the more money you're going to be able to make off of it, because eventually, a DM is either going to stop DMing for a group of people, or they're going to essentially train one of their friends to be a new DM and tell them, hey, these are the books I have, you should get a copy of them too. You're still making money because that person who's been running games for several years, or been running at least one campaign for somebody, is now recommending the books that they use to make that adventure so much fun for the players to whoever said they wanted to DM next. And thus, the insert the "a new hand touches the beacon here" meme from Skyrim of just, DMs pass on their knowledge and eventually their role. Because as fun as it is, nobody wants to always be the forever DM. Eventually you're going to stop DMing and want to be a player again. And to me, that's perfectly fine, because I love being both. I love being a game master. I also love being a player, because I get to cause chaos in two different ways. I either throw chaos at my players, or I cause chaos for my DM. And it becomes a hilarious back and forth, because, hey, as the DM, I don't ever like sitting here reading the stories of, oh, my players just frustrate me to no end because they don't do the thing that I want them to do. And I'm like, well, if you wanted to railroad them, either set the tracks down a little harder for them, or write a book. Exactly. That's the way that I look at it, is if you want to just tell a story, write a book. Write the short story. But if you want to collaborate with your friends and tell a story, do it. Play D&D. That is the best way to do it. The best thing that I can ever say as a player and a DM that I always find fun, other than take good notes, unless you have a really good memory, write down at the end of your session, or when you get home after your session or whatever, write down your character's experience from the session in their words. Essentially keep a character diary of the events that just played out. And I promise you it adds another layer to things. Exactly. And not only that, like, what is funnier than seeing, a group of highly trained, highly capable individuals struggle against a door that they are losing their minds trying to figure out if there's something wrong with it, and yet one of them finally just asks the obvious question. Hey, is it even locked? No, the door is not locked. Well, then I just open the door and go in. Alright, cool. We just spent 20 minutes arguing about how to open this door, and you didn't ask the obvious question. Like, to me, that is, like, it is so fun because I also, not only do you get everybody else's perspective, you get everybody else's creativity. For instance, like, I'm pretty sure he may have already gone to bed by now, but my brother Josh, he plays in both of the campaigns that I run. One of his characters is a prince, and we were sailing on the high seas. I had them encounter a group of pirates, and I put them on a timer. Now, I didn't tell the players that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the knock spell. I remember that episode. Yeah, like, so, like, they were on the high seas. I had them encounter pirates. They easily could have sailed away. They chose to immediately fight and engage with them. And I was like, okay. I flipped over a little timer behind the screen, and I let them go. And they immediately landed on that ship and started committing war crimes. And they were having an absolute blast. But they were also throwing people overboard. So I was like, okay. After a little bit of time, they had put enough people in the water. Guess what? You attracted the attention of something that lives there. So now they're fighting pirates and Sahagin, which are like the angry merfolk people. And they kept going, so I flipped another timer, and I was like, okay, if they don't wrap this up quickly, they're going to have something more of a pain to deal with. Well, they weren't. They were taking their sweet time, so another sea creature showed up. It was a Swavane basilisk that I had the mini for. So this is a basilisk that turns you to stone and then drags you underwater to feast on you in that way. It is a terrifying enemy, and I love it. They got real creative and convinced the pirates that they had been killing to help them fight the bigger threat. So I flipped over another little, like, 2-3 minute timer. So, Cozy, use the, if you have Pictionary, use the little hourglass timer from that. It only goes for like 1 minute to 2 minutes. But just flip that and use that for a fun timer. And, well, they kept going. They kept fighting this thing. They wound up letting the other ship that had been attacked got sank, and it sank down low enough for a Kraken to take notice. From there, all of my players panicked when they realized what was coming up from the bottom of the ocean. But it wound up being such a chaotically fun session, they all pulled their resources and found a way to get away from it. And they also committed a massive war crime and killed the thing in a way that no one expected to work, but it did. And now they're incredibly happy, but very terrified to go out on the open ocean again. Because, I'm really good at traumatizing my players. It's a zombie campaign. Great idea to clear out a town by luring in the zombies and knocking them down a well. Oh, Matt, yep. See, what was a solution to a current problem created a whole nother problem. And see, I love that. I love the creativity of that because, yeah, that's a genius idea, Pine. Let's go ahead and clear out the town, but let's try and lure them to a spot where we can kind of control things a lot better. Now, your DM was obviously feeling some kind of way in the best way possible because, yeah, they immediately made your solution. They turned it around and made it a new puzzle for you. Like, okay, good job. You guys succeeded in that. But now you realize you have to go down there. So how are you going to go about this now? I love the back and forth that you can have as a DM and a player. And it's a lot of fun, and I love that, D&D has been around for 50 years because, there are countless amazing stories like that where people have come together and created amazing solutions to really wild problems. Hell, I think my favorite one was Chris Perkins, one of the lead designers over at Wizards of the Coast for a while. He stated that he and his players that he had, they had a horribly evil running joke for a magic item. So if you know, there is the eye and hand of Vecna, which is incredibly powerful magical artifacts that are literally pieces of Vecna. But in order for you to use them, you have to, say, chop off your hand and replace it with Vecna's hand, or take out one of your own eyes to place in Vecna's eye. Well, Chris said that one of his favorite inside jokes that he and his players had done was he was running an adventure where they were sneaking into like a tomb of this ancient, powerful wizard. And they needed to, there was supposed to be an incredibly powerful artifact in there. And literally what it was you would fight through the dungeon and get to the very end. But right there at the very end, you would see the bodies of the previous adventuring party. And it would be he said, I would describe a very grisly scene of, everyone's head was gone. They had been decapitated. And what it was the item in question was a old written scrawled note that said the artifact was the head of Vecna. And whosoever, utilized it would become the most powerful, mage in existence if they were to successfully bind with this item. However, of course, you would have to now behead yourself. So literally what it was all of these adventurers fighting over this item, trying to become the most powerful, mage in existence. But if you had just simply done a investigation check, you would know that this was not the head of Vecna. This was just the desiccated head of a random wizard that died 300 years ago. And that he had written this joke as a way to deter people from stealing from his tomb. And so he was literally, even though, they would get past all of his other traps, the last trap where everybody's greed took over was always their end, because they would start fighting each other and trying to attach the head to themselves. But of course, you have to have somebody to behead you and put the head on you. He said that was probably my favorite evil little joke that I would do against my players. Is the head of Vecna was a trolling item that I would add to my campaign. Now, I have not had the pleasure of using that as of yet, but eventually I may come up with a way to incorporate that in. Because I do have some players who would fall victim to that. And I would love to see how they would try to stop themselves from letting that happen. But again, you have 50 years of just wonderful storytelling and collaboration. Why would you ever try to take that away from the people who make it what it is? So yeah, Cozy, if they're moving into right across the street from where A&E was held, I'm going to very happily go up there and have a conversation with Mr. Former Microsoft. Because that is just absolutely asinine to me. To even say such a thing as D&D is under-monetized. Well, pay your artists and writers a little bit more and actually let the passionate people be passionate about their jobs, and I guarantee you would be raking in more and more money, but you just keep trying to shortcut everything. You're not only going to cost everybody's good faith, like you almost completely did with the OGL fiasco, but you're going to quite literally burn anybody else who would ever want to get into the hobby, because you're trying to make it to where I have to essentially pay you a subscription for mediocre content at best if you're just, pushing out, whatever slop you want to do, and you're already going down that route because you've already admitted to using AI in your stuff instead of paying actual artists to come up with things for you. I don't think I've seen a company be so tone deaf as I think I've seen the recent shenanigans from Hasbro with the Wizards of the Coast. Because I really do not understand. And with that wonderful rant, I'm sure I've burned any goodwill of if any Hasbro worker was ever watching my stream from getting that wonderful Hasbro sponsorship. But, I would much rather support an actual artist and an actual writer who comes up with amazing ideas to continue to further the magic and allure of the world that somebody has the keys to. I would much rather pay them and let them work and be passionate about it, because then the end result is going to immediately make it into something absolutely fantastic. Alright, let's see here. That should be good to hold there. Yeah, alright, I'll I'll hop down for my little soapbox on that because I know that is a bit of a rant, and I don't understand how a company that literally survived is literally one of the biggest hobbies in the world. I don't understand how you can throw all of that away in poor faith just because you want to make some more money. There we go. Okay. Actually, I don't think that charged correctly. Alright. There we go. Did that. Can you all still hear me? Or are things weird? Just want to make sure before we continue moving along. That way I don't wind up making things unnecessarily weird just due to technical issues. But hydration nation, everybody. Okay, good. Just had to swap out earpieces, making sure that things aren't getting unnecessarily weird audio-wise. Okay. Nope, that's still very wet, so we'll let you dry for a minute or two there. So I'll check to make sure that I don't have any unnecessarily missed spots. Okay. Alright, so the black should be good for now. Leather, armor. Okay. Well, yeah. That for a piece of the sword. Yeah, okay. It's coming together. I can see a vision to it. I just gotta slowly but surely figure out how I'm wanting to do it. Okay, good. Good enough. Okay, so we'll need the silver, we'll need the gold. Nice and simple here. A little bit of gold and brass, or gold brass for the handles. And with the black, when the gold doesn't set right, it kind of streaks a little bit and bleeds, which actually looks fantastic with the weapons. because it makes the gold look like it's tarnished and older, which is probably my favorite little effect that I accidentally discovered when I started throwing the black paint as my primer for the figures. When I started doing weapons again, it was just, I love the effect that it gives, and it has become a staple in almost all of the figures I have painted that happen to have weapons. Because again, if you're painting these figures, I love the idea that their stuff looks as realistic as you can make it. And if it's a creature that spends a lot of its time fighting, its weapon should be somewhat ornamental, just because, you know, in case the party members want to, hey, once we defeat this thing, can I loot those weapons? They look really cool. Sure you can. But also, like, you know, they're obviously not just a decoration piece. You want it to be almost like an actual living piece of your character. Because, you know, weapons say just as much about the character as their clothes. Fun little environmental bits of storytelling that you can do without ever having to say a word. And I absolutely love that. Alright. Alright, we're going to be using a lot of the silver, because he does have quite a bit of armor on him. Alright, let's see. There we go. It definitely is going to leave a little bit of streaks on the blade, but that will be perfectly fine because I can go back and touch that up with a second coat. But it's also going to leave a uniquely fun pattern on it once it fully dries. So we'll do that, and then once it fully dries I can go back through and see if I can preserve a little bit of that pattern with the second coat. If not, then, you know, at least the weapon will look uniform, or at least a little bit less streaked and dingy. But yeah, Cozy, how goes the creative juices? Are they still flowing a little bit here and there? As I very much would love to see the return of our tiny heroes running amok and causing their brand of shenanigans. Oh, okay. Well, in the case of being stuck in that kind of decision loop, the best bet that you could do is probably a little bit of both. Both is usually a good idea. Create, like, use the pre-written story like it's a guideline. And then you can homebrew and make necessary narrative changes for the story that you would like to tell, but also make the necessary changes for what the small squad winds up coming up with in response to what the guidelines would have originally given them. Because I know from experience, I'm very much a, wing it DM. I don't necessarily do a whole lot of prep. I will set up encounters, and I will set up, I have a rough idea of a story that I am telling, but past that, as long as it's not a murder mystery. But yeah, like with me, I will do a little bit of prep in terms of like, okay, do I have all the minis that I need? What kind of environment are they in? Are they going to wind up having a big encounter, or is this going to be a small encounter? As well as, okay, hey, going from here, what can, how is this little incident going to tie into the bigger plot at hand? Are my players even interested in the bigger plot at hand? And if so, how can I tie their stories into the plot? So I don't necessarily, like, I know what I just said sounds like a crap ton of prep, but ultimately my players drive my stories. They will talk to me about like an aspect of their backstory they want to explore or what have you, and then I'm like, okay, I can come up with ideas from that. Oh, you still have both of your parents. You still have, you're a prince. What would happen if I were to assassinate your father in front of you and then blame you for that? With your, your brother who would do that, which is ironically the plot line that is going in one of my current campaigns is one of the players is royalty, and their brother literally assassinated their father in front of them. And then basically framed them for the murder of their father. Hilarious. Traumatizing. Emotional. And now they're trying to run an entire smear campaign. Oh, well, that was what was funny. This was about halfway through, I think this was like our 9th session that I pulled this off. And it was something that my brother wanted to have happen. He's like, hey, this is the kind of story I want this character to tell. And I'm like, okay. fair. I can work with you on that. Just understand, I'm not going to kill you maliciously. I'm not going to rob you of your character, but I am going to challenge you, and I'm going to throw things at you that you may not be prepared for. But we're going to do this because it's what you're asking for. Yeah, he was not expecting me to have killed his father in the way that I did. And I pulled something from 2nd edition to really drive the knife in terms of narration. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with 2nd edition, but these also did appear in 3rd. They were incredibly rare, and I think there were only... I think by the time of 3rd edition, there were only ever 3 in existence, or at least 3 that could be obtained. I used a Soul Burner dagger, which I know exists. So, Soul Burners are literally... they do exactly what is written on the package. If you kill someone with them, you literally burn their soul out of existence. Meaning, there is no resurrection, there is no fixing it with magic, they're just gone. And I had my player's brother stab their father in front of him with a soul burner. So they couldn't resurrect the victim to call him as a witness because he literally cannot be brought back. And yeah, it was a hilariously evil scene that I pulled off, and even like all of my players were like, "Bro, we had no idea you were going to, crank this up from 0 to 100 in less than a minute." Like, I was literally just talking to my dad less than 5 minutes before this happened, and then all of a sudden, you pull this off. And I'm just like, yeah, that's exactly what it meant. Kind of Pokemon. Not Pokemon, my friend, just a Draconian Dreadnought. So just slowly but surely getting some finer details done on this miniature. Oh, no, you're good. You were perfectly fine, my friend. No reason to apologize.
Hey, kids, want to see a dead body?
Stop screaming!
Well, I greatly appreciate the follow. Welcome in. Airman Ranger, nice to meet you. Welcome in. I hope you find our brand of chaos to your liking. Okay, so, but yeah, I mean, you've got to, like, I had to know what my players were expecting, and it is my job as their DM to challenge them in fun, incredibly creative ways that they're not expecting. Hey, there you go. Well, we're happy to have you in, and welcome aboard. So it just, yeah, I mean, and to me, that how my players reacted to that literally made that entire session so much more fun and so much more chaotic. And good storytelling gets people invested and gets them emotional. And I've very much succeeded in that, which to me is the Cozy. I'm sure that you can agree with me on this. Once you know that you and they start getting emotional about the things that you do, you are succeeding as their DM. And that very much so was what happened that night, was that they got very emotional, they were very invested, and I felt incredibly accomplished. As well as really evil at the fact that I had pulled it off the way that I did. But, you know, that's usually how the cookie crumbles. And the more fun we have with it, the more shenanigans that wind up getting put into play later. Okay, so there's actually a rope on this gauntlet. Fun little things that I get to fuss with later. As I know exactly how big of a perfectionist I wind up being with these. But I absolutely love how this one's turning out so far. There we are. Bolt action. I don't think I've actually heard of that one there, Airman. Because mostly the only things I've ever played is I have played D&D quite extensively for several years. I've played Pathfinder for several years as well. And I dipped my toe into 40K. I just really enjoy the insanity that is their lore. But past that, I have not gotten too much further into 40K. Okay. World War II. Okay, so actual wargaming. Got you. I might have to look into that one. I haven't heard of bolt action. That actually does sound pretty interesting. Okay. Well, I now have a couple of questions for a few of the guys who work at my local game store. Because I know most of them play a whole lot of different systems, so if one of them's heard of it, I might give it a look. Because again, I will always say you definitely should always look into a lot of the newer systems as well. Okay, Italian Alpine troops. That sounds like it could be a lot of fun. I gotcha. Yeah, and well, Games Workshop is an interesting one. They do have quite a heavy hand on the wargaming hobby, but I also know there are several others that are going around. I think the newest one that I had heard of was Trench Crusade. It's in the same vein as being a gritty, kind of grimdark world, but it's a little bit more historically based. Still fantasy, but still a bit more grounded, I guess one could say. I have heard a few people talking about it, and it is on my list of giving it a try. Because if nothing else, if I enjoy a couple of ideas or mechanics from it, I'll find a way to incorporate it into my own game. Or games, as that's something I am notorious for doing, because a couple of my players will call me out on it and be like, hey, where is this mechanic from? I don't find it in any of our source books. And I'm like, well, it's because it's not from your source book. It's something I instituted and pulled from something else because I think it's a fun mechanic, and you guys had a blast with it, so I'm assuming you enjoy it. So I am very much an advocate for, learn as many systems as possible, or at least experiment with them. That way, because there is, in my opinion, there is no one perfect game. Oh. I do believe that would be a couple of reactions there, Landon. To things that have already been sent or posted. I didn't realize you could hear that. But okay, fair enough. Thank you for letting me know. I will have to remember to turn my phone on either Do Not Disturb or take it off of vibrate. The fun thing. It looks like it was a set reacting to a few of my shenanigans I sent his way earlier. I honestly wish it was. I would love to encounter the individual who made that cosplay, because that was a fantastic scold individual. By all means, fire away, Landon. Fire away. Yep, here it comes. All right, let's see here. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. Do your worst. No, I missed a spike. Okay. Have to get the silver back out. Well, I think, well, honest, to be fair, Hedgie, I'm awake at almost all hours, so me receiving a DM at 1 a.m. isn't as wild as you might think. But I do know at least one of the individuals who sent it. Oh. Not a fan of my back getting so stiff. While I'm sitting here enjoying this. I know you haven't sent any, but there's that fun little phrase there, Landon, is you said yet. Oh, of course. And see, this is exactly why. This is exactly why I love the goofballs that you guys are. Because it makes the night so much better. Okay, Jesus. Oh, bastard is biting the hell out of my fingers. It's odd when I can actually feel my fingers throbbing at something. Ooh, that at your own risk. I know what I said. Yep. I know what I said. I heard it as soon as I said it. Didn't stop anything, but you know, I heard it. Okay. Do this a little bit smarter. That tells me that I'm holding this figure way too tight if I can actually feel something biting into my hand. Oh? Which one are you discussing there, Cozy? You talking about the bolt action? Really? Interesting. Well, then again, you do have to remember the original run of what became Dungeons and Dragons was originally a game called Monsters and Mazes. So they may still be running off of that original M&M publication. For what it was, because I know that one actually got banned over here in the States, and eventually it came back under the two geniuses that created D&D, or what became known as D&D. That's interesting that it's only listed as 1978 and 1979. Because I know they're being very, very loud and proud about it being their 50th. And so it begins. There it goes. Okay. Really? Advanced D&D came out in 95? I could have sworn it didn't take them that long to come out with second edition. And it only took them 5 years to work itself into third. Well, the more you know. Today I learned. Because I would have thought second edition would have still come out in the 80s. That's all. And then third edition, I would have assumed, would have either come out in the late 90s or the very, very early 2000s. A revised second edition of second edition in 95. Okay. I mean, okay, that one makes sense. I mean, I won't lie, the history of D&D is quite interesting if anybody chooses to dive into it. As it has gone through quite a lot. And in some cases, it's actually a miracle that it has survived the 50 years that it has. I wonder who that could be. Alright, creative idea came into mind. We're going to try this. Have you a wonderful night there, Pine. Get you some good rest, and I hope your weekend is absolutely wonderful. At least relaxing and less allergy-inducing for you. But you get you some good rest, and we'll talk at you either in the server or we'll catch you in other streams, okay? Have a wonderful night, my friend. Okay, here we go. Alright, so got the ground taken care of. I will need that for the rope on that one gauntlet. Should be done with the silver. Use dark cream, use a little bit more of the red, leather. Okay, yeah, nice. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's right, we basically had, that one's basically caked out. So, let me grab my other other one here. Let's see. Thank you, Landon. I shall check in on those as soon as stream is over with. Okay, one of these has to. Alright, you have yourself a wonderful night there, Seth. I hope you get you some good rest as well, and we shall talk to you fairly soon as well. And I will check your DM as soon as I get done with stream tonight, and we'll see how things go. But you get you some good rest and have a wonderful night, Seth. I also hope that your weekend starts off really well and goes nice and peaceful for you. If you say so, you'll still get a reply. Have a wonderful night there, Seth. We will talk to you here fairly soon. Okay. That should be a nice new run on this. Let's see if we can get this taken care of without, immediately stabbing my hand 1,005 times. Oh, that's actually plating on the legs. Well, seems I'm not quite done with that silver at all, am I? Actually kind of glad. I like that. This one's going to require at least 2 coats. That'll be fun. Just giving me the chance to be a little bit more meticulous. Alright. I'm assuming this is how you feel most days when I sit back and send you a bunch of things. I'm assuming that's what you're specifically trying to do, is to be like, yeah, no, this is what you do to me almost daily, you fucker. I mean, perfectly fair. I will happily laugh all the way through and reply to every single one and then send as many of them back in return. Though I'll at least be polite and wait until tomorrow, because I know you'll be trying to go to sleep shortly after stream. I'll at least be polite in that aspect. I'll be kind enough to wait. Perfectly fair, perfectly fair. Well, what are you enjoying as the inebriation tonight? Something good, I hope. Oh, is it okay? Okay, 100% acceptable. I cannot and will not argue with that at all. Oh, yay, the runes on the leather are popping up really good now. Now that this is actually setting itself in correctly. Still probably gonna need one more coat all the way around, but this is actually turning out really good. Alright. Now that this side is mostly dry, we'll go ahead and run that second coat here. So this one has that opposite effect of what that blue we used for the Wyvern does. Is the Wyvern went on very hard to see with its blue, but then it really popped once it actually dried. Whereas this one goes on very bright, but then immediately starts fading once it starts to dry. But I do love how this color looks if you get it to pop up and blend in right. It just turns itself into a almost perfect reddish leather color. I know I think in the past on a couple of my minis I've mixed it with brown to really give it well, I can't mix it with too much brown, because if I do, it then turns itself into a pretty much a wood color if I mix it with too much brown. But just a little bit of it will give almost perfect, I guess you would say, boiled leather look. That should be good in terms of the second coat, and then we'll let that dry as it is. And then that'll give us a nice leather look. Just get up here where we missed a little bit and hit this side, and then we'll be good to go back through and touch up the silver and start painting this guy's scales. Alright. That should get that taken care of. So now, let's see if we can get this big bastard finished. A nice dark green to kind of pull it together. Well, Mayfly paid me a visit. Probably gonna need 2 coats for this though, in order for it to pop and look right. Good, that's coming together nicely from at least what I can see of it. A little hard to tell all the time when these colors are kind of dark, and that black is doing a really good job of keeping the color muted for me, which is great in the sense of what I want to do with it, but bad in the sense that my eyes don't keep up with it like it used to. Again, I may not. I kind of like that mottled look to it that it's presenting to me as it dries. Okay. All these small areas are always rather tricky on these bigger figures. Just because these small details are insane on these prints. So it becomes that much trickier to make sure you're getting every bit of the spot that you need to get. go. Alright, that's almost one full side of the body done. Yep, and this is exactly when my back starts to give me trouble. Yeah, we're almost there. Only a bit sorry about that one. I'll be the judge of that. Okay. That takes care of one side of the body. Oh, I gotta get around this gauntlet. There it goes. actually coming together a lot better than I was expecting. Not sorry about that one, huh? Okay. That's fair. But you are fully sorry for the okay. Forgive me if I press X to doubt. Okay, we're almost there. I love this point in the process because you can already pretty much see how the figure is going to be finished. It's just crossing that little bit of the finish line. And then the part that I always seem to spend way more time than I expect to, which is the meticulously last, final touches in the detailing. But this is definitely this is pretty much my favorite part of the process, is coming to the end of it, where you get to see how you started with a nice little hunk of gray plastic, and how you transformed that little hunk of gray plastic into something that almost looks like it could be breathing and chasing people down a corridor of a abandoned dungeon or a temple. because then the imagination can start to run wild, and from there the stories and ideas can just basically write themselves. There are an unnecessarily large amount of sharp edges on this character. And he is very much reminding me that they exist. Okay, now just the hand and the face. And then we move on to the final touches. Right. touch up here and there. Touch up here on the hand. All right. The last little bit of detail, and then I believe we can call this one finished. All right, let's see. Okay, that makes things move together very quickly. I like that. Are you now? You should never be ashamed to laugh at it. You should always be unapologetic in your laughter. Can't be that bad. All right, let's see here. Just a couple more details. And then he will be nice and complete. That one's definitely going to need another run past, but we'll be alright. Also, the paint is apparently still a little wet right there, which could explain why that's running a little bit. So we'll move down here to this detail. Okay. Hit this second pass on these finger bones here. And then that should leave us only one or two things left to paint. At least this way it doesn't look like it's just two different colors bleeding through anymore. Okay, and then just touch up on the skull piece here. Get the green off of these horns here. There we go. Alright. We just got to touch up with the silver in a couple of places. And then we do the eyes. And he's finished. Okay. So. Alright. Now the final pieces. And then all we got left is to figure out how to paint his eyes, and then we'll be good to go. Alright. That. Now just the eyes, and that should be all we need to complete this character. Alright, I think that will do it. Alright, so for those of you who are still with me, just to, well, one last thing we got to do with it, but we'll go ahead and do this. So, we completed this one tonight as well. Our little winged bastard. And he turned out absolutely fantastic with those two-toned wings. And that blue is absolutely gorgeous. And he is glued to his base. So that is the only thing we have left to do with this. Is just slap a little bit of glue on the bottom of his base. and he will be finished. You're not my dad. You don't tell me what to do. Alright, there we go. We now have our Draconian Dreadnought. And a nice deep hunter's green, white, and I love how that gold on the handles turns out. It looks so good every time I use that. But alright, let's see here. Let me
Let's see here. Turn that down and then we'll do this. Alright, everybody. I do greatly appreciate Knuckle Cam for free. Wow. Alright. I do greatly appreciate you guys sitting back here with me and enjoying our start of Figure Fridays. It was definitely a wonderful time getting to sit back and talk with everybody, as well as complete 2 large figures. So, we will be continuing to do this every Friday from now on, at least until I can clear out my pile of shame. Then maybe we'll think of something else. But I do hope that all of you have a wonderful weekend. I've got, unfortunately, some yard work and some things to do, so we'll see how much fun that winds up being. But we will catch all of you either on friend streams in the server, or we will catch you back here again on Monday, where we will continue our Ghosts of Tsushima run, and then we'll go from there. So all of you have a wonderful afternoon, morning, evening, or night, however it finds you, and we will catch you either next time or along the way. Va fail, everyone.